Oh, thank you for the follow, Fragilities. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I'm looking for an appropriate GIF right now to tweet. To tweet my stream is live. Let's see. And then go here. Oops, that's not how you spell it. Ba 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 ba. Sure, that works. And Stoink Bark It. Okay. All right. Now let's get juicy. Let's get crazy with it. Gotta finish my peach cobbler G Fuel. Oh god, I got all the powder that just settled at the bottom. Oh my god. It's coming. I'm just gonna let this rock by itself. Isn't the Hound of Baskervilles like an actual story? On God, hello? Is that Cujo? He Engi. Ox-sized body? Bro, that was just an ox. I mean, what else could that be besides just straight up a dog? Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. Oh, we even have a little name. It's so quaint in here now. I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door of the telegram, but after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh no, of course not, but how silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning, so shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes, Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see, what case is it today? Here we go again. She's broken. She's snapped. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram. I don't know what you're talking about. You sure about that? Sorry, but you're not gonna get away with that. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. It's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me that it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. Huh, weird. I suppose Soseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. Oh my god, Soseki-san died! He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? He died. I was just wondering, what might have become of Soseki-san if he had stayed in London after all? You mean as regards Lord? What? As regards Lord Van Zee? What? The Reaper! What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Yeah, we haven't seen the Lord Chief Justice in a while. Yes, but at least Soseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps. Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zee hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Yes, since Soseki-san's trial. He's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials, then? Ugh, just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry? What was that? Ooh, maybe he telegrammed us. "15th April, Sholmes Street. Morning, Bruno. Morning, Susie. Good morning, Iris. Oh, this is certainly a song, isn't it? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Oh, yeah, of course. Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Oh, he's a broken man. Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. Good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Meow! A boy! Oh, look, it's Wagahite. Good morning, boy. Meow. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? It was installed? Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. Oh, it would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. Can he talk? You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that in my hands this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its mellissonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even, through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion. Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry, I'm sure we'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruto. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh, dear. Ah! Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left, for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today. Well done, Miss Usato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale into insignificance when compared to yours. You'd struggle not to notice, though, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windy Banks now. Sorry, it's at a Windy Bank? No, Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery. They pawned it? You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see, quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if If your situation had become so desperate, I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbroker is quite ordinary in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh. What's there to say it, exactly? How pawnbroking works. I'm learning so much. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? To the people of London, pawnbrokers are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to the pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they're able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see? Especially people in inner London. And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. To wear, obviously. But to pawn should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windybanks, you see. A pawnbroker can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. But couldn't somebody just go in and buy it? And then if they buy it, then you're fucked. You can't buy it back. Unless a pawnbroker is not a pawn shop. Because it seems like you're selling it to them. Pawnbroker. A person who lends money at interest on the security of an article pawned. What? A pawnbroker is an individual or business, aka pawn shop or pawn shop, that offers secured loans to people with items of personal property used as collateral. The items having been pawned to the broker are themselves called pledges or pawns, or simply the collateral. While many items can be pawned, pawn shops typically accept jewelry, musical instruments, home audio equipment, computers, video game systems, coins, gold, silver. Wait. If an item is pawned for a loan within a certain contractual period of time, the pawnor may redeem it for the amount of the loan plus some agreed upon amount for interest. The amount of time, if the loan is not paid or extended if applicable within the time period, the pawned item will be offered for sale to other customers by the pawnbroker. Holy shit, I didn't know this at all. I thought pawn shops, you literally just went to sell things. I didn't know that there were like contracted periods. What the hell? But obviously they make money if obviously they make money on interest. These are Iris notes down ideas, isn't it? Let's see. What does it say today? Ah, the Boscombe Valley Mystery. Oh, how intriguing. It must be the title of Iris's latest work. Oh my, I wonder what fantastic tale awaits us. Susada-san looks like an angel, but I bet she's dreaming of the most unsavory crime you can imagine. She always looks like an angel, bitch. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that either. Stop. Speak to me, Iris. Wangahai. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to the little waggy. It would appear his previous owners completely forgotten to him. Cats, unfeeling creatures. The muse is empty as the hearts of the muses. Oh, look at him! If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen. Oh. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable. Meow. Yes, he really is. Oh yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed. You are observant, Runo. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it door gun. It's a gun that makes doors. That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And I can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. Make it bigger. Door gun. Wouldn't it have just been quicker to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps wherever I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Your Honor, she's bawling. Meow! Oh, what was that? Wagahai? Wagahai's losing it! Wagahai got the zoomies. What was that? Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy. No, what's he doing to it? He's fucking it. Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin. Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. If the cat is a more accomplished musician than I. Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Is there... I wasn't even... Oh, there it is. Oh, it's fine. Look at it. Not a thing wrong with it. One string out of place. That's it. It's a Stradivarius. One of the finest violins in the world. Made by the renowned Italian luthier, Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. Doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. Wow. I think it's like 3 shillings to a pound or something. So, what is that? He bought like a Stradivarius for like $15. Sorry. 55 divided by 3, 45, 48, 51, 18? He bought it for $18. $18.01. And a dime, maybe? That's crazy. What do you mean, Mr. Sato? Sorry, I don't know what's going on. I was doing math. How honorable of you, and until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I've made. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music? To tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none! Mr. Sholmes? What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very
different to normal, don't you think? Huh? What do you mean, Mr. Sato? Oh, Susie's right. Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? Somebody stole his violin? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. So has he just been... What, he bought the wrong instrument? Oh, so where did this come from? Somebody swapped it out? He got robbed? I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Wow, the music is so jovial now. Mix-up? What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windybank's until last week. At the pawnbrokers? Now, Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in the hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw, a fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Naruto, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault. So he just pawned off the wrong thing, so he's just gotta go get it back. Come, Mr. Naruto! Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toes with that vacant aspect, freshing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct? Considering the urgency? Something? We must visit Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. It's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Mr. Sato. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect? To fresh your eggs ever more obtusely? Alright, say no more, let's go then. I'll eat my shit when I come back. Don't worry, Runo, I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later. Thank you so much, Iris. You're the sweetest thing in the world. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like. So I guess we just shimmy on down? Oh, Jesus. Wait, I didn't want to go there. I wanted to go to the other one. It's gonna be like, sorry, I pawned it off. Sorry, I got robbed. They stole your Stradivarius. A skull? So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my. There are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never seen before. Why do I have the hiccups? I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome? Well, Yes, we are potential customers after all. We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruto, and it's time to inform Mr. Winterbank of our ire. Come! The fight is afoot! Poor guy, he's not ready for the hell he is about to experience. Wow, look at all of this stuff. I'm just like looking in the bag. There's like 1.5 billion things. Man's got like 3 shovels for some reason. Oh my god. Look at this. That's just like a photorealistic dog. There's like a golden retriever, like right there. Just photorealistic for no reason. Also, Among Us right next to it. Boom, 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 boom. What are you doing? Alright, talk to me. Naturally, you will recall this which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yeah. The second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Winterbank. The color of the wood is different, it has holes in it, it's not even the same size. A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends. Oh god, he's running. Oh? Oh? Oh! That's certainly not what I expected. I don't think that would be necessary. Do you? If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Yes? It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin when I heard, here it is. You did? And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave, so I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me! Buddy, somebody needs to take that gun away from him. Whew. It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Winterbank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Sherlock Sholmes without that, questionable disposition, now would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I need to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past. Oh? Peculiar items? The unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Sherlock Sholmes or some such. Oh my, a new full-fledged novel? Unpublished? A story I have yet to read, you mean? Forgive me! Wait, before you die, you must tell me more. No, Susato, I think it should be, don't die, not before you die. Perhaps we should be working to stop him from doing this, instead of delaying it. Wow, Susato-san is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman brought an old metal chest, you see. I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Winterbank. For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more. It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. I beg your pardon? A manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here. That was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this? I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely. Of course, they're safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life. This is all very strange. I wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the East, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. Without wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat, dull. Sorry? Ah, before your splendid time, I'm 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic, Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say. Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I praise their items and offer them a proportionate loan in 2 months of secure stowage. If in that time they repay the original sum to me plus the agreed interest, the items are happily returned. But what happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed then? That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all. The very idea, Mr. Windibank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Says the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning. And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs. Oh, what sort of measures? I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windibank has installed here in this shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windibank? What was that deep sigh about? What on earth is a red-handed recorder? It's a video camera, you dumb fuck. You absolute fucking imbecile. Damn, it's even got like a clock on it. That's crazy. Very astute. It is indeed a camera furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of a shop. Yeah, I have an example I could show you. See, there's just a photorealistic dog. Ah, yes, a print from the camera. I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness. Really? That's extraordinary. As you can see the counter and the door behind it. Look. There's a little kitty. So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed. But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals? Indeed, as you say, my dear madam. Then what if the incident were to occur in between times? One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices will give me some cause for distress of late. I beg your pardon, Misty Way. Surely they are anything but distressing. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not 1, but 2 cameras in my shop after all, which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbroker. My dear fellows, we're on an age with something and something or another. Oh, God. I like autoplay because I don't have to click anything, but sometimes it just goes way too fast. Wow. Look how violently different that is. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windibank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you try to pop, because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Fear not. Sorry? I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. That's not
really what I meant.
Good day to you then, Mr. Windybank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. So, Mr. Naruto, now we can explore at last. Let me take a look at this dog. Why you got a dog on here? There seems to be a little door. No, I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at the dog on the counter. That leads to the storage room where Mr. Windybank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly recommend the larcenous activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. There's but one key, and Mr. Windybank keeps it in his pocket at all times. If he sleeps, he places it into a small pouch he slides under his pillow. Huh? How on earth do you know that, Mr. Sholmes? I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder.
The prime suspect with his pawnbrokery is ever burgled. Shovels? Oh.
Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Windybank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. He'd have to be. Otherwise, he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here.
Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein. I assure you, Mr. Windybank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belaying his size.
Blow his brains out, indeed, in recompense for his blunder. Oh my, indeed. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it?
A clock. Look at this. What could this lovely, big, shiny box be?
That, my dear madam, is a I don't think that's what that is. I think that's a clock, my guy. Shall we listen a while? Oh, holy shit. Why does that look like a clock? It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like it before in my life. This particular specimen is of the larger variety commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There's a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine. Indeed. Though the popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course. Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace.
Oh, that's another music box. What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine. Those are forfeited items offered by sale by the pawnbroker. What does that really mean, though? When you pawn, or colloquially, pop an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he's free to display it in a shop for sale at a price of his choosing. Oh, yes, now you've explained it. I'm noticing little price tags and everything. Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow. My treasured university uniform? Never. It embodies my student spirit. Okay, nerd. Now, what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you're looking at is a stereoscope. A stereoscope? Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see it for yourself. That looks violently uncomfortable to put your eyes in.
Because you have to, like, be on your knees in front of the machine and, like, sit up straight so you can get your eyes on the eyepieces. In order to see the image properly, stereoscopically as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today. Alright then, I'm gonna try it. Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once! Oh, alright then. So, I need to be cross-eyed. Like I'm trying to look at my own nose. What am I gonna see? Oh, wow, who's that? What the? I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic? It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. That's it. That's today's date. It's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th April. Today's date. Yes, it's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date. The perfect calendar for tearaway fellows such as yourself, Mr. Winterbank. And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before? Well, when the agreed charge period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date, and something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say. Oh, yes. I can see you're very dedicated to your job. Right, I think this is the last thing. Look at this. Whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Ah. There's a small catch just here. Look. We're gonna open it, aren't we? What is that? Oh my, that's amazing. It is some sort of spring-loaded mechanism, which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? Ooh, what? Us? No, nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this somewhere. What? Only tuppence for it, ain't anything, you know it. The article is barely worth a penny, bitch. Sounds like there's an argument brewing over there by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. Have you even had a proper butcher's head? I've seen all I need to see, Yanko. Oh shit, it's her again. Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her. Oh yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilden's trial 2 months ago. It's finally arrived again. So that's how she does it, probably. She goes, steals shit from people, sells it, and then just doesn't bother to pick it up, because why would she? I wonder if she's gonna show up in the second game. Why does she still have the gun? You remember me then, do ya? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing here? Down now like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Kind of pot that black weasel, coat here? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day. Unless I'm much mistaken, that's my gun. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up day. Get out of my business. Go on, I make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing he has in his hand? It's the gun. Some kind of metal disc? Hey, you, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Susanna's like can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. That metal disc looks like you could probably pop it in the fucking music box. Pawnbroke is customer. Somehow, I didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright. I'm a London just like everyone else. Is a problem in it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get, I know what you're thinking. I think probably I ain't belong to it. Probably got on the door, didn't she? Yeah, I can see her written all over your shivvy shades. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not gonna deny it, Mr. Naruto? Kind of fucked up of you, if you ask me. Alright, then I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I'm on having a bit incident, really. Suppose, sometimes. You're not gonna deny it either, Miss Lestrade? Well, not this time, alright? I swear it belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Windibank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this. Yoink. Yoink. What's up, old man? Mr. Windibank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface. Excuse me. Oh, this is a music disc, you see, for use inside a music box. In a music box? Whoa, you don't even know what a music box is? It's alright, how savvy. I know what a music box is, I've just never seen one of those discs before. The small protrusions on the metal disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going and beautiful music plays. It's so incredible. Tell us what tune is on this disc. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music boxes. You see, British way, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for. I see. And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny. That's a packet of lies. He told me that. He said it was, well... He? Who? Now you mourn, it just ain't right. Sorry, this worth good money, ain't naughty. Well then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's, won't you? Blah! Give me the disc. She's been in before, of course, this little tatterdemalion. I see. And brought some dubious article or other with her every single time, I might add. Dubious? What you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, there's just something dubious about the disc you brought in today? Well, if only it were that simple. Sorry? What do you mean? What she actually brought in was a storage ticket. Ah, a storage ticket. So, Miss Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? It's right. Girl like me is all the stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious. The article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windibank. The little scamps were wearing it, ma'am. The coat? It's the overcoat that she redeemed. Oh. What? What's wrong with it? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's more so, of course it does. So, what about the disc then? How does that come into all this? Disc is something else. A new article upon if the girl and I can agree a price. Why don't you play it? Just play it in the fucking machine. I guarantee it fits. This is a video game. It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed on it, as you say. For this heavy black coat, which she returned to her care, as I'd understood it. That's right, yes. And rather unsurprisingly, as soon as this little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets. Oh, you mean... the disc was in the pocket? Whoa, don't you know she's a sad lady? Ah, I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it? If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am. And she immediately tried to pawn it for quite a high price as well. It's all rather suspicious, I think. Give it up. I'm not just trying to pawn something like anyone else would. Mr. Strahd, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place? Well, me. It doesn't really appear to be your size. My old man, it's my old man's, ain't it? Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. Leave her alone. Why are you guys being fucking narcs about it? Oh shit, that's her fucking dad, isn't it? Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen. What's your problem, eh? There is no problem, as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. Never mind, it's not her dad. I just assumed because we were both blonde. I was like, oh, father? And if you intend to make a little problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve. Look, ain't it obvious? I ain't done talking with him yet. If you think it's such a gent, you should know how to wait in line. Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket. Who are you? How do you know who I am? The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy even to remember the faces of your victims, it seems. What? You mean from you? Broker? Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too. No, you can't have it. It's my old man's, or it was. Now it's mine. Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yes. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. Is that your fucking dad? Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying... What do you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life I ain't never had any eyes on that dandy before. Let's hear now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now. No, I swear to God. It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street minding my own business when this little guttling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets. Yet again? Oh, yes. As you can see, I am a man of impeccable style.
This isn't the first time that I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat. Come along now, Miss Lestrade. Give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police. Oh, doors, everyone think it's me. Just look at this dandy cove, and you think I'm the dodgy one? I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you. Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's the evidence that I've stolen something, eh? Come on, let's see. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what? Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Oh. I never ask customers' names. It's a strict policy of mine. Why not? Well, now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity. Yes, I see. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. How do you know who it belongs to? Oh. How interesting. So it's like passcodes and stuff. Professor. Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need. This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt. A watchword. Interesting. That's very smart. Not only is he protecting their privacy, but he's also ensuring his own security. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank, as I just explained, I never ask customers for names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why certain customers would like to keep their activities secret. That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it? Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all. Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watchword whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword. And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article? That's right, sir, yes. Just as soon as a requisite fee is paid. And I have supplied you with the information you require already. But for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat, deposited 2 months ago on 15th February, with a watchword of Professor. Oh, perfectly correct information, sir. But ow! Really? This is beyond a joke now. This is no further room for doubt. Ugh. Wow, maybe it is hers. I'm inclined to believe her because I like her. Excuse me, but who are you? One would expect the inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you're not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you. Oh, sorry. Yes. We're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here. Oh, yes, Japan. I've heard talk of the place. What the fuck was that? Its inhabitants live on some fiery, brown-colored soup dressed up with exotic spices. You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation? Perhaps. Anyway, if you are gentlemen, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another. Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really. My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant. I see. My name is Benedict. Yes. Egbert Benedict. Enchanté. He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Now to the matter at hand. I hate this guy so much. My overcoat! Return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off. Ugh, every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him. So, let there be an end to the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Egbert Benedict, sir. Stop doing that, dude. With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back. This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks they make me a lawyer. And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Just this one? Pardon, sir? I was expecting another. That is, I deposited another. Oh dear. I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now. So, Gutley, you're hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Why, a minute, it disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc. It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them. Well, I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to my old man, so you're not having it. Or you take it. Me? If I hang on to it, they have it off me again, so you keep hold of it. Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? Oh, what the hell? Things have suddenly ramped up. You there, in the black livery. Hand that disc to me at once, please. No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars. What do I do now? How am I going to resolve this? Is he still just... Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest over there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. You found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized, the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, and was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So, feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, knowing the only friend I have left is 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely. So desperately lonely. Then why on earth didn't you join the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here. Yes, I overheard much of your conversation, or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered. You really were sad, weren't you? Poor Mr. Sholmes, I feel simply awful for you. It would seem, and my inferences are correct. Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again. My dear madam, sometimes I wonder, were my genius for deduction to be commoditized, how much could I pawn it for? Seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration, but who knows if it'll help to resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. What's the right thing to do here?
Yeah, let's listen. Are we gonna do a thing? Are we gonna do one of them? Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blazes have you been, eh? Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, a true gent's supposed to be there to help. Oops. Shunk. Mr. Eggert Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two Oh, we are doing it. It's two conclusion time. The true reason for your... Oh. Sorry, I'm answering some text messages. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How? He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. Baby, he was already that white. It would seem that, once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. In the middle of a pawn shop? First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured into this pawnbrokery today. You claim to follow this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street, but that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to the shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Where even the most unobservant will soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need of such employ. In other words, there's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutch to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible conclusion. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, missing Faru. Faru? I don't know what that... The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal Faru to protect the walking tip. And yet detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of this to be bare. Therefore, there's only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. It's a sword. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. For the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod. Oh, is the broken handle of a shovel. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime. No, I don't know what's going on, but I can tell that that is incorrect. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd.
You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you suppose I could find? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Say, for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. This letter gives notice of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you... In summary, sir... You devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of employment here. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition. I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please. Also, incorrect. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this pawnbroking puzzle. Mr. Holmes. Well, Mr. No-Ho-Do, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true what you said about the bank over there, over the road? Indeed, though few know of its existence. It is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me, in the strictest confidence. But you just announced it to everyone here. Rather loudly, in fact. Ah, and if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because this man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you have revealed the secret. Oh, or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here. Oh, my life, I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Sholmes. An excellent idea, Mr. No-Ho-Do, an excellent idea. Well then, Mr. No-Ho-Do, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape. Very well, then, let us start once more from the beginning. So, all I know right now
definitely one of the things that I need to keep an eye out for is the initials on the thing, because Egbert Benedict is not real. Alright, so on he goes, blathering on, doing whatever he does. Oh my god. I've got so many pages of this notebook that are just all filled out. What brought you to the shop in the first place is not that. In an attempt to... Okay, so... I think it's the cane. I think he wanted to sell the cane, probably. God, it's just right on his face. Ah, would you look at that? Oh, look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade. Height, 5'2". Green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness, there's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Not a very good one, but there's a sketch there. And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windibake's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street. Redemption deadline, 15th April, which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of a piece of paper? Doink. So it's gotta be that, right? Oh yeah, for sure. So when that's happening, does like time stop? And we're just kind of like meandering about in some, I guess, weird like time stop world. Are we the worlding these guys? Is that what's going on? We do the world and then we just walk around looking for the clues, and then afterwards we're like, okay, Tokyo Tomaru, or whatever he says. No, Ugoki Das. Could be fun. Could be interesting if that were the case. I mean, Apollo's got his power of insane This like way of doing perception stuff is so much better than the one that Apollo Justice does. Because Apollo Justice, you like actually have to look. This one is just like, oh, here's a very clear like a very clear what do you call it? Tell, I guess? Yes, exactly. And Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. Can I get it from here? Initially. Maybe I should examine that first. Look here, Mr. Sato. There's some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So, Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously... Oh. AG. Why does it feel as though that's not quite right? That might be Gina's dad's cane. Wait, just kidding. Never mind. Oops. I forgot her last name is Lestrade, not Gina. So the G could not be that. But that would have been cool, I think. You have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG, an incontrovertible contradiction indeed. This cane isn't what? Where did it go? Did he drop it? Let's consider the bare bones of what's happening here. Sorry, I'm responding to text again. I know I shouldn't be, but I am. Sorry. Claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. So, okay, I think the thing is that Gina is in the right here. But we just need to figure out who this guy is and why he's trying to take it from her. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle you see. Nice! This one is so much easier than that one in the, what do you fucking call them? What were their names? The Gyarados house? Because that one was hard. Because I was just picking, like, all sorts of different things and it just wasn't working. I was looking for information about the cat in that one. But obviously that was not the case. Obviously there was no cat to be had. I swear that, I don't know, have we seen his back when he put the coat on? I don't think so. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. Abscond with a redeemed item.
AG. Do we know anybody with those initials? I don't think so.
For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, decide to wheeze to fill out some tawdry article of carnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how would I possibly have known the relevant details, n'est-ce pas? Oh, but the watchword can be discovered, as you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? The ledger. She's probably glancing at the ledger. Nope. It's the ledger, baby! The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers, which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would never allow you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way,
If you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Give me... What? Okay, so it's not the ledger. Look at this, Mr. Sato. Ah, it appears to be a memo that Mr. Windibank has scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor. We're just staring at it. Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchwords his customers give him, right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear. I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? Okay, so it is definitely that. So either this guy just like made a guess, or it's like actually just wholly in too much detail to be safe. That skull is just missing the whole like forehead. That's what happens when you put on a hat. Your skull just fades out of existence. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is his common practice, you observed him writing the word Professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? So, I do believe that that music disc is very important. Or at least one of them is. Because the second one is missing, right? He said he was expecting a second one. The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box disc that were in the pockets. And this man went to such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? I'd better have a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. Yeah, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. Ow, bonk. Oh, what? Maybe it is that hard. What the fuck? Maybe I have to examine it first? Hold your horses. The overcoat and the disc, he certainly doesn't want either for the monetary value. Still, it must be of value somehow to someone. The last piece is yeah, okay, so I thought it was gonna be this, but I guess I gotta Form a gilded? Age, no. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of the disc. Look. Nobody saw this? The pawnbroker did not see this? He just picked up the disc and was like, ah, paper on the back. I believe that's supposed to be there. Form a gilded? McGilded? It couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? So who is this guy? There we go. You see, this music box, oh my god, music box disc tells us all we need to know. Music box disc, music box disc, music box disc. Why is it so hard to say? A prominent man in London, those loan-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Egbert Benedict, but the final conclusion is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Usato. Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is 15th April, so 2 months ago today would have been 15th February, sir, that's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th February is precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which the terrible events were unfolding. Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However... What? I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. There's some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Mr. Windibank, this is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life. Mr. Windibank, no. Oh! Inspector Gregson. Inspector. That's right, Sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines, so we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment. Yeah, put the gun down, doofus. It would seem you have the upper hand. Right, you lot have got some explaining to do. I don't appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy. Petty? Mr. Windibank very nearly met with his end. Yeah, by his own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain could meet with its end if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station.
But of course, Inspector.
He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer, too! Sir!
There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently, so we've fitted emergency buttons at any of the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble.
Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while, very worried indeed.
Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mourning. Yes? I'll be taking that, whatever it is, and McGilda's down to the yard, thank you very much, so hand it over. Oh, yeah, of course. No, don't give it to her, Miss Mourne at ease. She's still here. I'm sorry, miss. And anything belonging to McGilda, it has to be taken in as evidence now.
As evidence?
If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector.
This is gonna be a genocentric case, and so we handed Mr. McGilda's disc over to Inspector Gregson. And were summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. Oh, to be continued. Save your current progress, you bet your bippy. Overwrite. And then I'm gonna take a quick break to handle some stuff. And I will run ads, because why not? Let's do... 3 minutes.
Okay. Let's go back there. I don't think I'm running ads anymore. Alright, on we go. Just kidding, I guess we're gonna do this. There we go. See, it's why they grown-ups. All they do is feed you peck of lies and take stuff away from you. Oh, really, Miss Lestrade? Just browsing through a walkthrough. Part 2, 3, 4, trial. Oh, that go crazy. That go crazy, what the heck? Oh, I think I'm gonna have another bash. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windy Banks again today. Why not? It's not fair. It can't be helped. It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windybank. But that this morning, I had the ticket for his coat and it was in his coat's pocket. And it should be something else and all. That's what that rotten coat's here, innit? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Gosh, she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your home for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. No, oh. Why would I come around your place, eh? Have you lost your head or something? Oh. She hauled ass. She didn't even do a slow fade out. She was just gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guests at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting. What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Miss Susato. Until later, then. So, that's done. Do I just move there and then it automatically goes into it? Yes, sir. Ah, Susie and Runo. Come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for your breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh, yes. After all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Is it Gina Lestrade? Oh dear. It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some... What? Why do you want to learn pickpocketing tips, Iris?
I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruto? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Hurley? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. Dead! What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right? How? How did you... Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book. This girl is dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. Her parents are dead. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, that's kind of cute, actually. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. Oh. There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I'd got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. Poor Hurley. Ooh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. I just hope she does actually come. She probably will. Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? My mummy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Told you! Dead! Mummy passed away when I was born. And at around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. Should have mentioned that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal chest over there. Really? He recorded them all? So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases. Oh yes. I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more. So I opened it up. And found your father's memoirs. Yes. So I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. And so she's keeping it going. Donk. So where is he now? Dead! I practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came as quite a shock. When Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean... It must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you, and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley after all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There's some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, actually. I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he's solved a case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. Ooh. Damn, so why didn't anybody speak up? When he gathered everyone again, was like, I'm about to solve the case. How come nobody was like, hey, you already did this? Oh, oh, fuck! I was like, John H. Wilson, why does that name sound so familiar? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god. We have truly come full circle. Am I gonna tell her? Miss Susato. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. She probably has pieced it together, I think. Holy shit, dude. But then why... Did we ever find out why that lady killed? We might now. But that was so long ago. That was like 3 or 4 months ago now. Oh my god, dude. That was not something I expected in the slightest. Like, looking back on it now, makes sense. Obvious. But in the moment, no. Not a chance, dude. I didn't see it coming from a fucking inch away. Let's see. Let's do this. Go here. Nope, not there. Go here. Sorry, I'm just letting it play because I've been doing this thing recently, starting like a couple days ago even, where it was I essentially answer like research surveys for money, and I volunteered for one where I need to answer surveys 6 times a day for 7 days in a row, and another one just popped up, so I got to do it. Music box disc. What? That's a bar of caramel. Let's see. Past 2 hours. Just computer, I guess. Could you call this work? We'll call it work. How mentally demanding was this activity? Not at all. Why did you do this? This is a routine activity. How motivated were you? Did you enjoy this activity? I'm still doing it, so... Your survey has been recorded. Alright, so the next one is gonna be at 4:45. Okay. He put the music disc in the caramel? In caramel? And never without high sucrose nourishment. Yeah, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes, what music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Runo? God, we're about to get a music box lesson. It's a kalimba, basically. Inside a music box is a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented using a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. But over time, a new type of player was produced which used discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why, exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means that we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. We have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There's no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Ah, I see. So that's why... Naturally. I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. They did not work, but as you can hear, to no avail. Maybe it's for the gramophone. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Every single one? That's Hurley for you. Always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? I feel like we're probably gonna make our way back to Windy Banks and we're gonna do something there. Or use one of his music boxes or something. That's... The omnibus was reduced to ash, but was McGilded also reduced to ash? Because that'd be kind of fucked up. So I wonder, did he pass off that disc to Gina? Bastard, I'm glad you're dead. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long.
Thank you, Iris.
Oh, well, you must let me help you then.
Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with a pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank sent before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yeah, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it. More secure than a bank's vault.
And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up, caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley?
Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I would love to read it.
Was she not supposed to know what it's called, or what? What's going on? What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie, what did you just say? You said The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's because Miss Usato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, The Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd kept it safe, until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Windibank's? And yet, how could Susie here know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? What the fuck? What's going on? What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Hold on, we're not skipping over this. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I know they won't welcome. I'm going. No, wait! Miss Lestrade! We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh yes, just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. What is going on? That whole little section that whole little section that happened just now, that was, much to think about there. I don't know, how did she know that? Oh. I think it's because she was close with John H. Wilson. Okay. So she knows about it because John Wilson probably told her about it, and she deduced that it was that story that was never published.
But as a result, she let slip inadvertently that she knew Mr. Wilson or Professor Wilson. Uh-oh. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glass from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Susato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What do you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends. Oh, Iris. Hello again. Oh, well, hello. And Gina, too. Yes, Ginny's gonna stay with us tonight. She's gonna sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Whoa, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques. We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Oh, fuck. Wait, what? That's mine. Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. She wants to ask so bad. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy me chance with a lawyer who lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. Thanks, guys. Seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. We're gonna have to tell her dad's fucking dead. I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you gonna tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris, not at all. I don't know what all this is about really, but it's a story you made up, isn't it, Iris? It's mental script or whatever you call it. It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Yup. I knew it, dude.
That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner. Yeah, we're gonna have to tell her her dad's fucking dead, dude. I'm sure she's guessed it by now. She's too perceptive to have let that slip. So, where's your old man now then? Dead. He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So, I've never really met him. And you never will, buddy. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. I take it that is another tale inspired by your father's accounts? That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh? How? I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. Pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris, but this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. What the fuck? And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Winterbank, is it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, it does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean, it's what he is, keeping secrets like that. She's 10. I'm sure Mr. Holmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good, but he can't put a wool over my eyes. Solmes is lying, Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? No shot, bro. You think if he was, oh, she's in the dark. You think if he was lying to her, she wouldn't have figured it out by now? I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. Oh, I ain't got any, boy. Never did have. Oh. Look, these things full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the moment we're born, not even our mums. We all stick together. Our older ones look after the little ones and make sure we get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. It's a little fucked up of you to say. No, driving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. That's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Sure, Queen. Go off. I do think about it sometimes. What would be like to have parents, I mean. I decided to make everything right. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. Sounds like having parents ain't always that easy either. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like always wanting to meet them. It's true. Fuck, bro, your dad's dead. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris.
God, we're gonna have to tell her. We can't just keep dangling her. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes' line to Iris? Well, he reckons he bought that manuscript or whatever, right? But come on, it's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If this story was really an old Winterbank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, can know about it. It's gonna have to come out. We're gonna have to say it. We're gonna have to tell her the truth. The only reason we know it is because we knew your dad personally. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Winterbank's. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, or don't. He shows the liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny, we should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night then. Iris. Sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult, but deep down she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Naruhodo-san. Fuck, bro. Ouch. The name of the murder visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Yeah, me too, dude. Just da 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 da. Golly. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. And that voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Mususato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh, if you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. She's trying to rob Winterbanks. She's trying to see if that manuscript is in there. Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Winterbank's... Oh no. Yep. God, what? Why is there gonna be a trial? Because this seems like we're just trying to find out about the manuscript and stuff. So what's the trial? Oh, well, it's probably whatever trial Gregson was on. Could Gina have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, No, no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. Miss Susato. Jesus, 1:14 a.m. The door to Windibanks. It's open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let's hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. What? He just got shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruto, but after them, go! What? What is going on? Blast! I've lost them. Hello, everywhere. Alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot! When the policeman closed behind me, I ran back to Windibanks. He's not dead, I know that. He's fine. He's gonna be fine. She got in through there? What? What? Oh my? Jesus Christ. That was like a short little section, but so much happened. I am careening on the edge of sanity. Well, now we know why there's a trial. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. What? Oh, that doll's a little fucked up on the side there. So in there, we found Windibank's body and Gina unconscious. Oh, gun for sure planted. From that moment, Windibank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. It's possible that she did shoot the guy. 'Cause maybe... Ugh, fuck, man. It's possible that she did shoot him because maybe she, like, grabbed the gun off the counter or something just in case something happened. But... I don't know. It's also maybe possible that she grabbed the gun to try to shoot the lock because there's no way she had the key. And as a result, maybe the bullet like ricocheted inside or tore through the door or something and hit Windibanks, but I don't think that's the case. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all of those police carriages pulling up outside his shop, so I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windibanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out into the street and I chased after them, but they got away. So, it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windibank, I suppose. I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Ginny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. So Sholmes has been shot. Susato went to, I guess, maybe the thing? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Windibanks, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No, it's all right. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Sinner's. What? St. Sinner? I must see him. At once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. Gotta pop a fucking cough drop. My throat tastes like blood. You know what? It might be the 2 that we encountered in the last case. Because there were 2 people that we met in the last case that did not play any part in the actual case. They just kind of were there for like 5 seconds, and then that was it. But I think maybe they're the 2 that ran. Where's Susie, Bruno? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Mr. Susato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. Poor Iris, man. She's 10 years old. This is ridiculous. What about the 2 thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No. I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gino was found next to him on the floor as well. And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards, don't tell me, there was no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's another locked room mystery. Let's see. So, it's possible that people went to go... Alright. Postulation. Two people, those two thugs, went to go rob Windibanks. Just per the usual, casually, normally. They went to go rob Windibanks. And they might have killed Windibanks already. But Gina went there to look for the manuscript and came to the wrong place at the wrong time. And so they planted it on her to make it look like she had killed Windibanks. It's a relatively simple it's a relatively simple locked room mystery because we know that other people were involved. So I think that's what it is. They let her keep that in the cell? I'm gonna be your defense, shit lips. You need a defense, bro. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just to see what I could lay my hands on, get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before, said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like, said it was my right or something. I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer, I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? This isn't you. I know it's not. You're being so different. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? He wanted me to sign some papers. Representation. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. Let's see. Whoa! Does all 3 drops at a time? I thought it was just 1. Can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass. Dead. I'll do you better than the fucking public defender. Look, I'll ask you nicely now, just leave me alone. Oh shit. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbrokers?
There's nothing to tell. Well, I figured he'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going to his storeroom. Well, old bloke walked in on me, and you know the rest.
Where'd you get the gun, piss lord?
But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? Place full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing.
Is that really why you broke into the place?
What?
Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else?
Oh, give it a rest! What'll be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I can say will make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me, don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time, and you know what? When it comes to lies, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have.
Well, what do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? Yeah, what unforgivable lies, piss lord? Answer the question, I'm trying to help you. What did you mean before, Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you told are? Maybe we can help.
Sorry. We are torn. You're gonna want to question me now.
Ginny, please.
Oh yeah. Well, I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by.
What the shit is that? A photographic print of a really adorable cat.
Down in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point me having it.
I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat.
Anyway, don't bother coming again. Boy.
Oh, Ginny. Wonder what relevance that cat's gonna have. Okay, so I can't go to the police station, I guess. This hospital looks like it's gonna fall apart. Hurley! Oh! He's not here? No. That's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Shulman suffered. Oh, sorry.
Hello, what have we here? It's water's off limits, no visiting, so what are you doing in here, eh?
Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin.
Eh? Oh. Well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. So.
Little lady and a curious eastern gentleman. Great mystery solver as a mysterious family, eh? That's how you see us. Sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley?
Well, I believe he's currently in the operating theatre, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation.
Extensive? Oh dear. Is he going to be alright?
Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. Anesthetic, it is.
Oh!
Well, I have heard a report a gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, it is. Anyway, I think it'd be better, so he won't be back here for several hours yet.
I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. I'm gonna examine some stuff in here. There's a notice board on the wall here. Look, let's see. What does it say? Thought of the day. On seeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly inform matron. Oh, yes. They have rats and mice in hospitals like this that love to feast on all the medicine. Those are the healthiest rats you'll ever find. This is a rather old building, I suppose. But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear. I certainly hope so, for Mr. Sholmes' sake. Naruto just, like, says things, and, like, none of them are very comforting, ever. Looks as stiff as a board, huh? Oh, I don't think that will bother him. No? I often find him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world. I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. I wanted to investigate that clipboard on the wall, but I guess I can't. Wow, there's like nothing to investigate here. Can I go here? I guess so. There's some glass on the floor. This is where it happened then? Last night? That's right. The two thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But, apart from the policeman here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it seems to be the police who are doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals, dressed in all black. Oh, I heard that. Oh, Inspector. Good morning. Suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before something or another. Shame you let the two rogues get away. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assign extra bobbies to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Hurley's been injured because I wasn't enough police on duty. Yeah, your ladyship! No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. And I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, well, Manners, are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me, if you'd like some. Oh, lovely. Very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. Is he? I hope he's not simping for her.
Yeah, I hope he's not simping for her because, that's fucking weird, bro. Ugh.
Yeah, she's 10. I truly hope this... I hope this 44-year-old man is not simping for this literal 10-year-old. Oh, on God? So am I just gonna have Iris as my partner for this one? 13th February, 9 p.m. Article deposit 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th April, 9 p.m. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket? 13th February? That could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? A small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Bruno, if Mr. McGilded still had the ticket, then he presumably never picked up the item, the article. I don't know. If it's something McGilded deposited, we need to investigate. That's right, because it's McGilded's jacket. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid... Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the? And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you, how could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Hey, Jesus. Well, yes, they were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison? She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinners. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy, no visiting at all. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. It didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so, but a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better? Of course, your ladyship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because, of course, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. Ooh. It's a little worrisome. I'm pretty sure he's in the second game, so I'm not worried about him dying. What's the sass, Sonny? I'm a cop, and we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right. You do treat us differently. Ah, so he just likes her because she makes him look good. It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is as smart as the Scotland Yard is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the Yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Holmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me. Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. Can you blame me? All it takes one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No. The great detective will say he's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies.
I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost were into it. But that would never happen, Gregsy. Every month, when the new Rants magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Oh, lovely. Teetotal. Oh, yeah. That's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, what is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. The Lord Chief Justice, perhaps? Are you gonna tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about the young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. One of the whip stops took her there in a yard carriage after we finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Let's see. Move. Okay, yeah, we'll go here. Just trying to see if there's anything that I can do with my, thing now. Let's see. Yes, no matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust. Yes, thank you very much. There they are. She sought us on the Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for... Her what? Your return to your homeland? Susato-san! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo? What was all that about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's this all about? Why were you talking about Miss Usato's return to her homeland? And tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Jimmy's trial? You mean she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Girl, you better talk. You better start talking. You better start talking. Miss Susato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan.
Your life here can continue just as it has. That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikotoba? This gentle-looking man? Gentle-looking until he opens his eyes, and then he looks like a fucking mafia boss. Meanwhile, this guy just looks like the mafia. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan regarding its news. 10 days ago, father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. Thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Usada's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I would leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. Yeah, so, Iris is probably going to be my judicial assistant here. So, Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court? Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later? Gina. Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker. Yes, an all too conspicuous case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Jeannie would never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's innocence, but I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave. Now. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes. Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours. I'm sure I need not remind you of that. You're kind of a bitch! 3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart, which is, it's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her? A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day! Gina charged with murder. Shisato-san about to leave. Come, Mr. Naruhodo. Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Miss Usato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer.
What a turn of events! Oh fuck, she's gone.
Oh, just kidding. Ugh. I didn't know you had to eat 3 cough drops at a time. I thought it was just 1. But the directions say pop 3. Gino, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. Whoa. I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, Roy. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. Whoa, it's my fault. Yes, so I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. She's a fucking savage, bro. You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request is a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? She's like, fucking hell. Yeah, probably, but he probably wanted to pay her off, right? Well, you said it all happened 2 months ago. Cobb's got it on me, shoved me in a witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? Well, I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubby hole. I couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilda discovered you. Yeah. It weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at my hands, I saw I had the cove's blood all over them. I was so scared I couldn't even speak. You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the lighting. Then Mr. McGilda started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did. Only, it's not all. What do you mean? Well, I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen, what I heard, or about what he was going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me squawk it before a copper showed up. But isn't that exactly what happened? What you saw, what you heard, everything. Oh, Jesus! You said McGilda made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes, with Mr. McGilda sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's true, but... It was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor, or let out a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. McGilda heard it and dragged me out by my arm. That's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old keys of what had been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one what the day took off me at Winterbanks. So the music box disc was there on the floor of the omnibus? Not for long. McGilda spotted it straight away. They picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his inside pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me, or I want to mutter a word of it to no one. Holy shit, dude. We're wrapping around hard as fuck. Cause it's so dark in that seat in the cab, I was straining my ears all the time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably, that was McGilda getting on board. No, not only him. Oh, because I could definitely make out her footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilda and the victim, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilda claimed he slept during the carriage ride. So what? God, I imagine he comes back. I'd be fucked up. And your own testimony, Gina, supported his. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that wasn't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Sorry, oh no. Saying the horses in the wheel were too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilda and the victim knew each other. So McGilda was lying as I suspected. Holy moly, bitch! I know it won't gonna take long before someone raises the alarm and a bloke can be killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed it very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilda told me to hold back out of the seat again. Well, I climbed in, waited. 2 cows from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they'd gone, McGilda asked the driver to do him a favour. A favour? Now then, feller, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was at Winterbanks. Coachy snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as they could. So then there was no one left in the carriage. McGill had opened a box under the seat and let me get out of there. Not without conditions. I see. Conditions? What were McGilded's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul. Not for anything. But I saw what I heard. And it was something else as well. There's more? Yeah. It's the most important thing, he said. Jesus. They're like the same height. Well, now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? At all? You asked him to go pop your easel, right? Aye. The thing he's taking my overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker whereabouts. And I want you lads to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to eat the ticket? That's right. And I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You gotta hang on to it until then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Winterbank, so it is, and you're to extend the loan afore the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited and only old Fiend could come along and buy it. Is £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me, yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt. The coppers? Boy, they'll come asking you to take the stand in court, to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what is it that you won't? Jesus, so McGilden was a fucked up guy. If they'd gone over it all, I parked it. Go as far away from there as I could. I ate the pawnbrokers taking some bushes near the scene and went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGilded planned it and coerced Gina into giving false testimony. Woo! What a development! What the heck? Oh, I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I'll told some caucus. Thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't let Nice in no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. I knew everything what went on in the back slums. I knew we had no one looking after us and we was all just looking out for each other, getting boy together. So you mean Mr. McGilded would have in an heartbeat? I could have had a lot of us chased out if he wanted to, and then where would he have gone, eh? Nowhere, I swear. So, I didn't have no choice. That's fucked up, dude. I'm so glad he's dead. I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? A scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. Oh, what? Hurley's having a big operation right now, Jeannie. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes gonna be alright, right? We don't know. And it could be your fault if you don't sign this fucking paper. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is it? Something like that. Miss Usato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. What? Well, I don't need no to stick up for me, though. No lawyer, nothing. You do, and you're glad for it.
Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely.
Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now.
Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there.
I feel like we've finally cracked Gina. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. It's okay. We've got Iris with us. Golly. It just keeps going. So I pulled up the walkthrough just so I could look at how it's split up. There are 4 parts to the investigation and 4 parts to the trial. So maybe I'll just finish it up today. Maybe I'll take a little break and finish it up tomorrow. Your ladyship. Yeah, get fucked, idiot. 'Cause I'm built different, Gregson. You're not worth shit, my guy. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Yeah, keep slurping. There's sleeping drugs in there. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes. I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime, then? Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter. But I don't think his body's gonna be here anymore, right? I guess not. I don't think it's ever been. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business now. You've been investigating the storm as well, perhaps? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend much time on it. But there's so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get out of my feet, sunshine. How about you don't get out of mine? I'm doing better work than you ever will, Gregson. You pizza bitch. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, let's see. Examine. Let me examine the music box. I want to put the disc in there. Is that like broken? There's the article ledger here and Mr. Windibake's notes. What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Wait, what? Why is that the same picture, though? Gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Okay, that makes sense, but... So that means that the one that she pulled out, the one that we have, one small box. So, let's see. She redeemed a ticket that let her get the overcoat back. And then in the pocket of the overcoat was the thing for the small box. So could this be the other thing that Egbert, or whatever his name was looking for, maybe? Or don't know, or can't fucking tell. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Seems Mr. Winnebank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have at hand. Which is the same picture. But this photograph of a cat. It looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh, yes, you're right. You're very right. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course. I was forgetting she gave us that print. But aren't they identical? Hide an amazing secret? Is there some riddle here? Two cats? Identical cat? What? Pair of cats. What? So Iris about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Winnebake's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? I mean, it looks like they're kind of looking in different directions, slightly. The two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. Yeah, they like look different. It's like one right after the other. I can. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Oh, there's a stereoscope right here. Is there a cop in the way? Tell him to get the fuck out of here. Bingo. But what is that gonna show? Doesn't it just show the two pictures? Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. Yeah, just look at it. With your eyes. No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful! Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. Okay, well, it's not gonna give me a choice, so... Let's see. Sure. Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just open them and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away what you see with your left eye and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye.
Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. What? Maybe this... I don't know, I kind of just got roped into this. I can't really do anything. And a right eye view? But what is that gonna... It shouldn't, like, reveal anything. Two eyes and one brain. You can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. I'm confused. Because if it's two images, it's not gonna add anything to the image. Unless I'm dumb as shit. But I don't think so. I don't think I'm all that dumb. Oh, is it? Oh God. I don't like that. Oh God. I don't like this. Uah! Yeah, this definitely makes me feel weird. Trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both your eyes at the same time. Yeah, this is definitely... Ugh. I don't know why. There's something about it just... I don't like it. It makes me feel weird. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. What? Am I gonna have to do something here? Now the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this and then to try crossing your eyes again. What the fuck? Yeah, it's still a cat. What? Why is this relevant? I don't understand. Keep adjusting and positioning your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this, is it? What? It's still just a cat. Two cats became one cat. That's it. Why is this... I fail to understand why this is relevant in the slightest. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? It's a cat. Is this just to introduce me to stereoscopic prints later? Boing. Oh my god, look at the calendar. I don't know if I'm missing something or if I'm just like, you know, slow, but I fail to see the purpose of this entire stereoscopic image of these cats.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Fantastic. Great. Thank you so much for all of that. I am enlightened, I guess. So there's the bullet. I don't know if that's... Is that the bullet that hit? No, because I think the bullet's in him. That's not the bullet that hit Sholmes. But whose blood is that then? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. Yeah, get this cop out of here. What's that around the bullet hole? Blood. What do you think it is? Fucking ketchup? What? There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? Oh, I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see. When it comes down to blood, we're all different types. Yes. What a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no. What is that scary looking thing? We're finally gonna see a purpose for the gun she keeps whipping out. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Well, that sure is blood. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood makes it change color, so you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at. In a flash. Things just keep happening, and I'm failing to see the relevancy of any of them. So, whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... Just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to. In a flash. Interesting. So do I get that ability? Blood sample has been entered in the court record. Is there other blood? While I'm here though... Is it this one? Yeah, this one's got blood on it. Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes. It looks like blood, doesn't it? I wondered if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. How do I show it to her? Oh, I present it to her. Wow, I haven't had to do that this entire game. Yeah, I haven't had to present anything in investigation phases for this entire game so far. How do you know that? What? Talk to Iris Watson. Blood on the back. Deposit receipt. Deposit receipt. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. I don't, though. Who do I think it belongs to? Certainly not Pop Windabank. One gentleman's overcoat. Ugh, maybe? Oh, so maybe not? So maybe it is Magnus. Or no, I think maybe I got it right. Because okay, so I think I'm right. I think I'm right. Because my thought process was this was Magnus McGilded gave this to what's your name? To Gina. Which means that either he or her had his blood on their hands. And as a result, touching that would have left Thrice Fired Mason's blood on the card. So I was like, yeah, it's probably Thrice Fired Mason. It can't be anybody else. I mean, there's no need to justify myself anymore. I got it right, so. I'm better than Mr. Sholmes. So the green blood is... different people's... Yeah, I feel like... I feel like... No. The green could be either Windabank or Sholmes, I think. It could be Windabank because maybe he got shot there, the blood sprayed out, and then he hobbled his way and tried to lock himself in the vault to save himself and just died there. Or it could be Sholmes, I guess, just like general blood spray. But he got shot in like the abdomen, so I feel like there's no way blood would reach up there, right? I'm gonna examine the fuck out of this. Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll find them. How do I get there? Oh, there we go. Well, there's blood, so we can test that. And that large red chest on the ground looks very familiar. Gregson, get the hell out of here!
She's got tears running down her face, and you run? You prickly little bitch. That's worse. You're garbage, Gregson. I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? That wasn't very good. I don't think that went very well. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigating to do ourselves, yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. He's like, I'm right here. I can hear you. And inquire into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. Time to chat him up. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Pshaw, you've got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Grexia, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing? Oh, so you tampered with the crime scene, is what you did. That's what this is. This is you tampering with a crime scene, breaking locks. It was obviously planted, though. Also, I don't know if I've ever understood that. Locked from the inside doesn't that mean it was also locked from the outside? Couldn't you unlock it from the outside? Much to think about here. Sholmes' operation. Is Hurley alright? Is he? The thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector. Please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, oh, she's gonna flip his ass. Flip him! They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. It renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body? Anesthetized? Is that even possible? It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. What, laughing gas, right? Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide enough laughing gas for tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now that the OP's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Hurley. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you.
truly. He's a character, for sure. Ooh. And then... Is this small box? Yes. Tell me what you know about this. Inspector, what do you make of this? What have we here, then? A redemption ticket for an article deposit here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket for McGilda's overcoat, the one that little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually, no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do ya? Read, bitch! Runo's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted you for a second, your ladyship. So, what's this all about then, if I might be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one. It seems that Mr. McGilda, in fact, had another article in storage here at Windybanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. That's right, piss lips. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilda's overcoat. You mean to tell me? Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilda deposited another article here with Mr. Windybank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilda. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes all full of hope and excitement. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me arms, I will. I'll go barking. There's no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's a lot of sauce from you, sunshine. There's one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh, yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale. Okay, hold your fucking horses. You're wasting your time. There are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds, even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilda's. That information's not written in the ledger. God, yeah, how are we gonna do that? I mean, I know since it's a video game, it's gonna be very, like, obvious or whatever. But it's gonna be a little difficult to figure that out, I think. Let's see if I can get this blood. Give me spray that blood, baby. Poor Mr. Windybank. He was a nice man. Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. Spray the blood, bro. Spray the blood. It's green. It's green. I'm fucking putting money on it. It's green. Shit! It's not! Fuck! God damn it. I really thought it was gonna be green.
I thought it was gonna be green, and I thought we were gonna get some update on the thing, and it was gonna be like, oh, would you look at that? It appears he was shot outside in the main shop and hobbled his way in here, bleeding. So is it Sholmes' blood outside? Or is it somebody else's entirely? Out of all the articles in this storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. That's the box file that my manuscript has been kept in. Well, is it in there? I mean, she knew it was at the pawn shop, though. Why did it have to show them? Why couldn't it just have transitioned into it? That is good news. Is this the... Oh, no, it's not. Isn't that Windibank's revolver? Yeah. Also, yeah, I forgot I have had issues with guns in the past. That was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windibank told us that he had only ever had a single bullet loaded in the revolver. Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun had been fired. But it could have been... What the hell is this? I didn't expect this to happen. I think that the bullet fired from his gun is the one in the wall. I don't think it's the one in his body. Is there any way to find the small box in here? Because none of them are standing out. I mean, there's that one in, like, the corner over there on the right. I don't know. I mean, it is prompting me to just head back, so I feel like I'm just gonna go back. Oh, Gina! ¿Dónde estás? She's gonna get strapped up on those walls in the shackles. They're already torturing her. Oh my god, she's 15. Leave her alone! Put her in juvie! Is she bleeding at all? Maybe some of the blood is hers. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point of asking? Won't change what everyone's saying. Yeah, I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. What decision? You can't tsundere your way out of this one. Because if you tsundere your way out of this one, it's gonna be too late, and you're gonna go to fucking jail about it. Oh yeah, that's right. Actually, if she refuses us, she immediately gets the worst possible verdict, or not even verdict, but just like punishment, which could be death. I love that they just, like, threw her in this detainment cell and let her keep literally everything on her. Her gun, her coin, her bag, all of her clothes. Or I guess maybe, like, all of her, like, jackets and stuff. Because I don't think you get put in, like, jail clothes when you're just being detained. Actually, is she being detained or is she in jail right now? Don't bother. Ginny, rip them up and chuck them, would ya? And representation papers or whatever they're called. Sound ain't fancy enough to ever been. So, what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. There's one stubborn pickpocket. You little shit. Look at what we found, ho. It was absolutely her. And now she's gonna be like, oh, I guess I can trust some adults. Please, represent me. Oh, I'm so scared of the law, of the government. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Why don't you tell us what happened? Please. Yeah, another thing that I like about this one is that it takes you straight to like added conversation lines, because in the previous games you would present something and then would add a conversation topic, but then you would have to go back and then go into the conversation topic and then select it. But here it just shows you that it's appeared and then you just point. Course I wasn't gonna sell it. All I wanna do is find out if the mental script or whatever you call it was really there or not. It's the only reason I win the place. For Iris's sake. Isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than it, believe me. Bare-faced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realised it yet. Well, I'm telling you, that mental script ain't at Winterbanks. You soon say if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. And now she's in jail. Alright. Well, I'll tell you what did it. Just stop looking at me like that, artist. I mean, we know why you did it, because you're a... Actually, maybe not. I was gonna say she's a lesbian, but she's 15 and... Iris is 10, so maybe not. Never mind. You want to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Winterbanks? It's like I told you the night before. Or I never had a father. But Iris' lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon it's gotta be harder. And that's why she writes the stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Yes, night when I was listening to what he was saying. Stories? About Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, it's how I see it, eh? You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this chummy nonsense, yeah? I hate it. You don't hate it, you pussyfootin' bitch. You love it. I'm not going anywhere, because I'm gonna represent your ass. What's on her sleeves? Oh. Ah, shit. She's like, ah, fuck. Let's see. Can I present like this? No, I can't. But if we go back over to present, the blood samples. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. Blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that spattered from Mr. Winterbank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. I'm gonna shoot you in the fucking hands. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. Green. Purple. What the? Who else was purple? The guy, right? Yeah, thrice fired Mason. So this, I guess, proves... So what? This proves that... Because this is Magnus's... this is McGilded's jacket. So this proves that he killed him. But it's not like we can do anything about it now anyway.
The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed.
Oi, would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. You know damn well what happened, because you were literally there. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilda's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? Or wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet. No, if that was what had really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilda's coat when he stabbed his victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough. But there's no escaping it now. We knew this! This is not news to us! But there's nothing we can do, he's dead!
But why is this relevant? He's fucking dead.
I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence. It happened because we were delivered a fucked up plate. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Still don't know why she calls him Sama and not me. She calls me San. She doesn't call me Sama. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie, which is why we must resort to our primary weapon, an unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Laughing at my dead friend? Cool. Sounds like in this empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be so soft. Well, come on. Look at MS has got you into believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. But he's dead now. Well, at least you learnt your lesson now, eh? But even people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back of the head. Soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. He's dead now. What does this matter? I'm trying really hard to, like, piece together, like, everything, all the information that's been presented up to this point, where it's just like, oh, you know, now we know McGilda killed, And now we know McGilded killed thrice fired Mason. He gave the jacket away. You know, Gina was forced to give false testimony. All this kind of stuff. I was just trying to piece it together. I failed to see why it's relevant to this case. It's not like we can bring this stuff up in trial, can we? Unless it's just like all kind of like a direction to point us towards like Gina being good or whatever, and it's not actually going to be used in the trial at all. Because I don't think I've gotten that much evidence in regards to this either. This is all just like we walk around and we like present certain things and then we just, you know, convince her to let us represent her. She gonna start crying? No, she's just gonna do her bashful pose. What you expect me to say to it? Oh, she's crying. Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. Oh, Eastern Laughter. Oh, I don't know what ya. I don't get ya. That turned out all right in the end, I think. I hope I'm not alone in court tomorrow. Somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Ah, shit. I suppose you're using one of those mystic Japanese arts. Like the artist stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gregsy. Oh dear me, I am most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No, no, no! I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye-bye and bye. That's a lot of farewells and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nah, man, forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gregsy, if you have to. But let's chat soon. Delighted, charmed, can't wait, if you please, my pleasure. He knows he's about to get fucking reamed by Iris. I wonder if it's going to be relevant here. I must attend the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. And she fades out of existence. Is it just gonna teleport us? And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san will be leaving. Leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, all on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. This is tense. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. It seems to me there are many facets to people's personality. And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. So true, bestie. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's just been 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. I sure hope people don't ship these two. I'm 23 and she's 16. Don't do that. "4 a.m.? Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. Let's see, what's this final task? You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Jesus Christ! Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure.
What?
I didn't quite catch what you said there. How could you at all think that you're a failure? How dare you, Susato? I will not stand for this self-slander. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night, and goodbye. What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? This is weird. I don't like that there's like a weird like romantic tension here. I'm a little uncomfortable. Susato-san. Well, I don't really like that. That was kind of weird. That was kind of gross. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed and I fell into a deep sleep. Yeah, that was a little weird, I think. A little yucky. Oh, he's awake? Who's talking? Well, he is certainly not in hospital attire. So she just went to say bye, probably. But it said something about placing things? And one more save for good measure. And let's see, exit, don't save. Okay, we're gonna do that, and I will be back tomorrow to finish off this case. We have got four trial parts to go through, so it's probably gonna run as long as this one, if not longer, because when I was looking through the walkthrough, it's long as hell. So we'll go through that tomorrow. Thursday, I'm actually not sure if I'm gonna stream, just because we'll see how everything turns out. But I do have to like pack and get ready for heading out for another vacation, my last vacation for a while. The day after on Friday. So we'll see how everything plays out. We'll see how it goes. And of course, I'll let you guys know what the situation is. But as for now, I'm a little iffy on it. But if anything comes up, of course, I'll let you guys know. But thank you all for tuning in today. Appreciate your support as always. And I'll see you all tomorrow with the end of the first game of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Switch port. Thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate your support as always. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.